Well, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Hey, I hope y'all have had a great Friday, or the Friday is starting off well for you. Hey, it is a beautiful day. Any day the Lord is around, what a beautiful day we have. And boy, man, we are going to have some fun today. Hey, Corey, welcome in. Glad to have you. Welcome to the flight. We are in Taipei, Taiwan. Don't have me try to go off on the name of this airport because I'll start an international incident. It's that hard for me to pronounce. But we're going from Taiwan over to Bangkok. Now, before you all think, look at that title real carefully. No, we're not going to the Bangkok everyone goes to. We're going to the original um, Don Mueang or something like that. Again, probably started an incident. My apologies to you all in Thailand. But yeah, we're headed to Bangkok, the original airport. And a reason being with PanAm, well, PanAm wasn't here pretty much after 1992, 94. Is it like Hong Kong's original airport known as Kai Tak? No. Well, it's in how it was for Hong Kong. Yes, that was the original airport they built. I can't even begin to pronounce the new airport in Bangkok. That was built because of, as all airports, just traffic generated there on the ramps needed more space. If you look at X-Plane, they have a 1960s rendition of Kai Tak. And then you can find the one they did for X-Plane 11. It does not work in X. Well, if you don't upgrade to the 3.0, it will be there actually like 1 point something. It'll work. After that, the trees infest it. But anyway, you get an idea of the expansion that occurred at Kai Tak. Hence, two reasons why the need for the Hong Kong airport that we see today. One, very dangerous, well, not dangerous, but can be very tricky checkerboard approach. And two, just ramp space was gone. And aviation was just exploding in that area. Well, the same thing happened here in Bangkok. It just exploded. And while that airport probably could have absorbed most of it, they needed a new one, hence VTBSS. Did I say it right? Anyway, BS. Anyway, the new airport came about, kind of like Tokyo. And now, here's the funny caveat to Tokyo. We all saw Narita come along, and most of the airlines are going back to Haneded. What do you know? Go figure that one. So, but anyway, hey, enough history. Hey, I can hear those out there going, "Oh, I've had class way too much this week. Oh, please stop having." You're going to, sir. We're going to enjoy going from Taipei over to Bangkok. And if you haven't been paying attention in the background, you see the clouds moving. That's something cool. I don't know if it's over the top too much or what, but I love watching, just sitting here and watching the scene change right before your eyes, which I'm sorry, I don't remember seeing that in any other sim that I've flown. So I'm going to throw a kudo out to Laminar one more time. Austin's crew really is coming up with great ideas, great simulations, and just amazing. Just sitting here watching the weather. Who'd have thought, hey, let's just, we're just going to do a 4-hour stream watching the weather. And that actually might do well because it is relaxing. Unless, of course, tornadoes start spitting out, or hail, or all that good fun stuff. Then it gets really fun. Whew, sorry, I've got a callus that broke open on a finger, and oh, does it hurt. Oh, nothing seems to want to work on it. Oh well, time will heal the wound. All right, so we've done enough here. Again, welcome aboard PanAm Flight 801 from the 1985 schedule. Yes, it was an SP for those that are so technically oriented, but you know what? That's a 747. And that's what we're taking. So as Eva passes us. Looks like a 777-300. All right, so this is Felis 747, folks. Get ready. If you're into realism, you've come to the right place. Now, I've done a lot of the pre-checks already. We're ready aircraft-wise. Now we got to work on the cargo payload and the all-fun navigation. And if you notice, you seen how far the clouds have moved? That's pretty cool. Up we go into the cockpit. Not yet the wild blue skies, but we will soon. All right, so you know what? Let's start from where. So this is what I call a working man's plane. Or a woman, sorry. Gotta be, gotta think of the times. This airplane was not built for today. Although they'd probably do a great job, the women that fly today in it. Captain on the left, first officer on the right, and the person that is doesn't get a lot of the credit back then for the flights you flew, because he kept you comfortable back there with the air, the oxygen, hydraulics, things you didn't worry about, but it just was kept comfortable. This was the guy making sure that happened. Oh, and that the airplane stayed in the air with enough fuel. The flight engineer. And if you've ever seen the Bugs Bunny cartoon of them heading straight down for the ground in an old World War II bomber, and his feet kicked up reading a book, reading how to fly an airplane, looking at a panel very similar to this. Yeah. Now, they don't fly the plane. That's the only thing they don't do. They leave that up to these two up here to their main job is to get you to your airport. Now, it's not guaranteed the right airport. They do. There were a few blunders, but there are still a few blunders today of aircraft not making the right airport or the runway and landing on taxiways. It happens rarely, but it does happen. Seattle and Newark are worst for it. And if you ever looked at it from the cockpit, you could easily see the reasoning, and they really need to address that. Will they? Doubt it. All right, so let's get up here. So we're in the captain's seat. He basically, him. Well, we'll do it better down here. Brain Games had it. I love the way they explained the LTN system. And I liked how they phrased it. You got 3 CDUs. Those of you that fly SIVA, looks very similar except different boxes. Yes, there's a lot of difference between the two. SIVA was the original, then the bridge to what we see today, FMSs and nav displays, came the LTN. SIVA, you can only load 9 fixes at a time. Now, there was a version of it that you could put 9 on the box on the left, 9 in the box on the left or the right, and 9 in the box at the bottom. But originally, one box had all the fixes in it. And then as you progress through your flight, you just added them in. And they were added lat, lon only. Lat, latitude, lon, longitude. Okay. LTN came along. You can put 98 fixes in one box. Now, you see them in all 3. We'll explain in a second. Then you transfer them to each of the boxes, just like you did in SIVA. However, you can put 98 fixes. Those fixes don't have to be only latitude, longitude. They can be fixed names up, the 5-character. Well, you see them. Shally, Candy, those are legal. Airport names, you see it. Taipei. You could put Chalice, and I don't know the correct format, slash or 320 slash 10 for 10 miles off on the 320. You can do that even. So it is a, and you can put VORs in. So it's, like I said, that bridge to where we now see the FMSs. And then the FMS came up. You all know what it can do. Couple of not setbacks, but um, for lack of better words, things you can't do. It does not do vertical navigation yet. You, the pilot, yeah, you still got to get off your lazy butt and set the altitudes. I mean, get off your butts and do that. Uh, two, um, if you update, if you put the, oh, you can do RNAV approaches in it, by the way. Yeah, there's something you could not do, unless, and you had to have fixes in order to do it with SIVA, which they didn't have all of the charts with that. So the other problem, like any INS, IRS, you can't move the plane until you're done aligning. You also can't switch, so you're either going to be on ground power or APU, but you can't switch in and during the alignment process. So there's still a lot of similarities, but then there's those big ones, RNAV approaches, use of fixes instead of just latitude, longitude. You can actually align the plane off of the airport ID instead of the latitude, longitude. So there's a lot of great things coming that would then eventually come out even more in the FMSs, but this is that bridging gap. And what you're seeing is part of the flight plan in the system. And we are going to plot in a minute the RNAV departure. You heard it, RNAV departure. If you're flying SIVA, you better have fixed, the latitude, longitude to do it. Otherwise, you have to be either vectored or fly it off of known VOR, NDB radials and all of that. Believe me, navigation in the old day was, it just, my hat off to the navigators. I mean, navigating from California to Vietnam. My dad was a navigator, C-141s. And it blows my mind away. I don't think, had SIVA yet. And they're shooting ice line of sights off stars and all to know where they are and miraculously get where they're going. It just amazes me, because while there were ships out there providing radio navigation for them, boy, to think about that expanse. Like right now, today, there's a United flight en route to Taipei, real world. Now, granted, they're working off the GPS, the FMS, the this and that. None of that was around back then. You're looking at that coming out of that age and about to enter what we do today. Just an amazing watch in navigation. All right, I have really bored you all for the last 20 minutes. So let's get in here. Let's see what this airplane's got planned for, or what the flight has planned for us today, and push on. It's just fascinating to see the history of aviation, and you're in one of those big milestone airplanes, the 747. All right, we are on VATSIM. We are in Taipei. We brought Sim Toolkit up. Let's clear that out. And what I'm going to do, and I'm going to say the same caveat as I did yesterday with the Airbus. If it says pounds, look at it and go, yeah, maybe. Okay. But when we get to the passengers, that will happen. Cargo, that number I can already tell you, I will override. So we're going to have more, is what I'm saying. The game plan, though, is the 5 left departure, 2-1 left arrival into Bangkok. There's our routing. You all can read it. We're going to fly at Mach 0.85 at 38,000 feet. So, beautiful flight ahead. Right now, we have controllers in Bangkok. Looked like there was some kind of an event going on. There was a big, long line coming out of Singapore. It looks like it's trickling down to nothing. And the weather here in Taipei. Now, caveat time. I was going to fly like last night, where I told you, and this gets tricky when you do this. With X-Plane, you can fly, roll the clock back so you're in the daytime like me. I rolled it 15 hours back. Okay, the weather can be set to show you what it was 15-ish or so hours ago. There's a big problem with that. 15 hours is a lot of time for fronts and thunderstorms and weather to happen and change everything on the landscape. So if you're on VATSIM and plan to fly now, if you don't plan to fly VATSIM, then disregard what I'm about to say. But if you're going to fly VATSIM, I would use real world, real time weather. Don't use the weather that comes 15 hours ago. You could find yourself in a huge tailwind. Okay, and that would be the reason. So I believe we are not in that setup. All right, so for Bangkok, 070 at 6. I mean, it's a beautiful tropical day there inland. I mean, it's just beautiful there. According to the ATIS, that is because we have center and approach tower all the way down at our airport we're going to. How about that? ILS. Zulu approach for 2-1. We'll plan it. Winds 0706, 10 miles clear. Cleared. It has been cleared. The visibility. No, just kidding. I get it. Typo. I get it. My fat fingers hit the wrong keys all the time. You've never seen that. Temperature here 26 degrees. Beautiful day. Nothing. No SIG advisories in place. Controller is Delta at the moment. Of course, we're 3.5, 4 hours out. That'll change. And so you can see the weather along the way. For the most part, tranquil. Let's be honest. So it shouldn't be a bad flight at all. I'm just getting us put on with Elevatech because I forgot. And we're in November 7th. Okay, there we go. There's our plane. Click, and we are set up. Okay, so with all of that information in place, one last look. There's our final look at the routing. That will stay. 5 left, 2-1 left. That will all stay in place. But numbers on the plane may not. All right, so let's take those numbers now and put them into work here. Again, remembering the only constant here is 304 people. Let's start with that. We'll start with 75%, 294. Let's see if we can go up higher. That'll work. And let's see where they are. So we got 10 in the upper deck. I'm actually going to lower that to 8. So that gives me 1, 2, and where am I at? Okay, 2. We'll bump up 2 here. Hey, that works out pretty good. Look at that, 304. And our CGs all look good. Okay, that's the easy part. Now, I told you we're not going to run with a 14,500-600 pound cargo. I'm going to go ahead throw at least 25% on. I actually thought about 50. There's a lot of cargo in this region of the world that moves by air freight. Can move by ship, but it takes a lot longer than what these guys do. So, and it's at a higher cost, obviously. So we'll leave it at that. And that's 30,200 pounds. And it shows you the breakdown. And if you look at the chart up there, it shows you cabin 1, 2, 3, 4, upper deck, and then cargo 1, 2, 3, bulk. So, you know, you can see what we're doing. And I'm kind of shocked we got that much in bulk. Wow. Okay. Never thought we could do that. All right. Hey, we'll go with it. Okay, we got 1,446 miles. Let's make it an easy 1,500. We're going to 38,000. Now the headwind. They've changed this. And for the most part, yeah, we'd get headwinds. If you're going from in the northern areas, east to west, you can pretty well plan. If an average wind in your SimBrief is 207, it's a headwind. By the way, it tells you it's 12, the component. Whoops. We'll bump that up to 20. Alternates distance. I forgot where we're going, come to think of it. Alternate. VTBU. What's BU? Rangon Patia International. Rangon Patia International. All right, now this gets a little tough to find. Depending which operating flight plans you use, trying to find that distance. If you just stick to Lido, it comes up below your fuel. And in this case, it's 113, so of course we'll round up. Go to our standard start with 10% and 30-minute taxi. Why do I put 30? You're going, it only takes 20 minutes to the runway. Yeah. Can we get back from the runway at Bangkok? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it's 20 minutes I plan usually to the runway, 10 minutes when I land to get to the terminal. Even though sometimes the taxi to the terminal is longer than the taxi from a terminal to the departure runway. So, but you know, it works out in the end usually. All right, so now, what do we do? I think I know what I did. Dang it. Well, dang it. Somehow we tripped that. I don't know how we... Oh, I must have clicked it right in here. Okay, making sure our cargo is not... That's what we did. Okay, there's our cargo. Now, let's revisit, make sure everything looks good. Okay, what I did, now I know exactly what I did. I saw this numbers over here. That's why I was questioning. We're putting 15,000 pounds in the bulk? No, 5,000. My bad. I totally misread. What I did is I hit the preset for packs instead of cargo. And again, I can click it again and it'll change. I just go with that. That's an easy one to work with. Here's what it looks like, folks. So in the compartments below 30,200, there's the distribution. Passenger cabin, here's how it distributes out. It's funny. Wonder where... Okay, UX747 pilots, if we have any in the audience, where do they account for those upper deck people, or is that more crew? Huh, interesting. I just now looked at that. Where's the upper deck? I can get these two numbers because most of what we broke down was coach. Huh, interesting. All right, and then there's the rest of the weights. We'll come back. All right, so all you've done to this point is plan the flight for what you plan to do. Cool. Now, let's click home, refuel. load sheet. So we're wanting 119,022 pounds. By the way, for those curious, that is almost 19,000 pounds more, or 18,000 pounds more than initially calculated, because they calculated for only 15,000 pounds. We doubled it. All right. So we would have to wait, and this is why I want to say it that way, for 85,000 pounds of fuel to pump in. Or we can go instant, boom, and it's refueled. Not realistic, I get it, but idealistic in order to get out of here quicker. However, payload, same thing. Click the data sheet. We're going to put 304 seats or butts in the seats, and 30,200 pounds in the cargo holds. Now, again, we have the option to instantly magically appear in the plane, or we're going to start loading the cargo and the people. Cool thing when you do this, when the load equals 0, when we've got our cargo to 30,200, the doors will close. We won't have to worry about them, but we will the main doors. I use the plural because, yes, both doors are open, both gates work here. Didn't know that either. While that's going on, let's get over here and get us set up for the flight. Now, I am going to leave it in GPS updating. I know, again, Captain, that's not realistic. Yeah, but. We'll just leave it at that. All right. So, all of that said and done, let's bring charts in. Okay, so you can, I just put something up in front of me that I didn't want. There we go. All right, so we're coming out of Taipei. We're going to round the corner here, head down to Chali. Okay, that departure looks like that. So off we go to Novus and around. Now, I told you it's an RNAV departure, and you're all going, you can't do RNAV departures. Yes, you can with LTN. Let me show you, because we're going to program it. Okay, and consider this our departure brief. We're on 5 left. So, 5 left. So we go to TP050 Novus Decoy Summer Chali. Maintain 210. This is pilot stuff here. You have to do this. So maintain 210 knots until established onto the track to Novus, cross summer at or above 4,000. That's these two guys in the front seats. That's their job. The LTN will navigate it, but those two have to keep it on that established track. So how do we do that? Okay, so we've clicked waypoint on. Now we'll click enter, and we're going to put in TP. You're going, what? Yeah, you're hearing me right. TP. Go up here, click the alpha numeric AN button till it says N 050. Make sure TP 050. Enter. Voila. Next up is Novus, NOV. Now, if you clear. Uh-oh, hang on. Waypoint. Okay, worst case scenario, we go all the way back. Don't know what I did. That was not what I wanted to do. Okay, TP 050. Now we're going to N. Okay, we're going to do it again. Dang it. TP 050. I always have trouble getting started. Next up, there we go. N-O. Don't get suckered for the 0 because you'll get a line. Victor, Alpha, Sierra, enter. Next up in line, decoy. And I did it again. Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. D-E-C-O-Y. Enter. All right. Now what it's saying here, there are 2 decoys out there as here is your country, enter or accept. I'm going to go that. And then what's next? Summer and Chile. S-U. Where are you? M-E. Oh, that was easy. Just dropped one. Enter. That now takes us to Chile. Oh, clicking the wrong one. Sorry, folks. Like, why are you not going back up? Okay, so we've got the departure in. I'm actually gonna go one more. Clear, clear. All right, now this P, that is not standing for RCTP. No, that is present position. So wherever you are in the flight, don't think by direct that you're going back to Taipei. No, you're right there. You're there. Okay, now we'll clear. Oh, you guys didn't see me putting it in at all. Doggone it. Anyway, so yeah, you would just hit enter, type, and keep going. Alpha numeric is your A and N button right here. P, this is what I was talking about. That's your present location. Sorry for that. Totally forgot that I meant to slide the screen over. All right, now, remember I told you, now if you look at number 2, hey, wait a minute, none of those fixes are over there. That's because now we have to transfer it. When you do this transfer, you're transferring all the fixes. Okay, that's a downside. Welcome to SIVA. It's a downside to it, where all you had to do was, usually like click the one, move it up, direct this one, depending which systems you're using. Here, it's a little more complicated. All right, so TP050. Oh, I'm sorry. First off, let's get this transferring. I got to find it here. Hang on. Okay, so to copy the flight plans over, we got to first make sure. Oh, I did it again. I hate when I got to do this. It's all me. That's the problem. I don't fly enough with this airplane that I really want to. So we're going to click remote, RMT. Now we're going to call this one the master. Okay. So we will, just like Airbus, click up and now it's master. Click enter. Okay. Now it says slew next, clear, enter to select. Okay. Now let's get over here. We're going to do the same thing, remote, except we're going to go to slave, to this one, enter. It's ready. Down here, same thing, remote, slave, and back up, enter. B and C, B, C, that's the one down there. Brain Games calls this the captains, the one on the right, the first officers, and the one in the back, the flight engineer. That's good names for them. Now, whether they're really called that in the cockpit, I don't know, but they're going ABC. All right, so now let's transmit, and it takes just a little bit for it to go through. I think I saw 39 fixes, something like that. Okay, in flight, we're going to put the arrival in plus the arrival to the runway. And then again, we'll have to do this remote and transfer because those will need to get put into the other ones. But you can see, I think he said it's something like 5 seconds per fix to transfer. I'm sure you guys are timing it going, no, it's not. It's actually 3.25867 seconds. Okay, then it took that long. But it says cross-fill complete. We're done. Waypoint. Waypoint. And when you see it, it will say TP05. That's what we wanted. And that right there, folks, means we're just about ready to go. I want to get, let me just check over here real quick. We are loaded. Cargo doors closed. Firing up ACARS. One other caveat. You can, in this aircraft, fire up the APU while you're aligning. You just can't connect the generator, but you could put the bleeds on. So you could start boarding during that time. But most would probably wait until, because I've heard, now I don't know how much transferred into this with Felis, that even loading the plane could cause trouble. So they might do all of this before they start the boarding. Don't know. But basically, if you move the plane or you switch power real world from APU to GPU, GPU to APU, you run the risk of not getting aligned properly. And there is case study out there for this, folks, in a bad way. It's either KAL or JAL, 00, and I believe it's 007. I was in the military when this incident happened. You're going, what are you talking about, military? The aircraft was shot down. Yeah, because the alignment process was not, they moved the plane during it. What an incident. And like I said, I was in the military. It was not a fun time for a couple of weeks till that settled during the Cold War. That potentially lit it off. The Russians shooting down a passenger jet. It's a miracle, that one, as with Cuban Missile Crisis, didn't launch us into an all-out war. And a lot of, by the grace of God, thank God that didn't happen. So anyway, yeah, so there is case study for a lot of this and where I've learned it from. So anyway, we are loaded. 15 crew members, 304 passengers. What's the total souls on board? And no, it's not 304. It's 319. Yeah, crew members count, folks. Guess what's going to end today? Those kids, lap kids, they count. And soon, animals. Yeah. I don't know how long it'll take for that one, but it would not surprise me that that'll be on their manifests soon. Oh, anyway, that's a whole nother I'm not touching. So, and it may in some airlines already be in play. So, but yeah, definitely lap kids. So, yeah. So, anyway, that's today, wasn't back then. All right, so I think we are ready. And you know what? I just about did it again. Doggone it. Spaceman, you would have been mad at me. No, you wouldn't. You just said file it manually. Now I'm online. Yeah, I minimized it and went, oh crap, I forgot to actually hit the start button. All right, so we are in Taiwan. We are ready to go. Welcome in those that were diligent and saw the message that said 17Z. We've been actually online for just about 45 minutes, wrapping up things, getting this plane ready to go. And by the way, we're just about there. We got an APU to fire up. Hang on. Oh, that'll happen automatically. So, waiting for a couple things. APU door open. Oop. Okay, and we're just going to wait for the RPM up at the top to get to 100%. Real or not, I have no idea. But once we're on, we'll get the generators on, which will disconnect sort of kind of us from the jetway's power source. Okay, we're on. So we'll click. Now you could go through the procedures down here. I'm not. I'm just going to go close, 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 close. We are off the jetway. Okay, the jetway is no longer providing power. And here comes the bleed air into the aircraft. And here come the packs. And now those 304 people most likely in the next 5-10 minutes would start coming down the jetways. Okay. Like I said, they wait for it to get somewhat comfortable inside, so you don't get inside a hot, stuffy aircraft. Back then, today, Southwest, you probably, never mind. We'll leave it at that. And other airlines like that. I was shocked to see Allegiant trying to at least get it somewhat comfortable inside. Okay, let's get 400 here. All right, and with that, we are pretty much ready for continuing the checklists. Again, I have done most of the checks to include the flight engineer station. Hang on a second. I'm going to turn my phone on. Oh, not that one. All right. To include the flight engineer station. Makes it a lot easier. Matt, 1997, welcome aboard. Appreciate you coming in. Hope you enjoy the flight today. We're getting ready to head to Bangkok. Here's the METAR here in Taiwan. Wow. 05014. I don't know. Can I do a takeoff with the wind straight down the runway? I better consult the manual. Wow. All right. Trim air's on. Everything's set. Good. Get the bleed on. The big one I always miss right here. Make sure that's auto. You'll find with this plane, it stays where it was. So when you X out, quit the sim, wherever the switches were, many of them will be in the same location. So sometimes it is good to run the checks to get switches back where they need to be. So if you're in a hurry, you can just bloop, go. That's right, bloop, go. All right, down here, we're looking good. Fuel pumps will turn on momentarily. Down on the bottom here, we're looking good as well. All right, takeoff check. Okay. All right, let's look over here. We'll come back in a minute. We'll check lists. All right, gears, start levers, radios, all look good. If you go through this, folks, you're gonna probably have a good start, no issues. I'm just going through it now to save us the time. Stall warning looks good, Mach warning. Okay, we did all that. Auto brakes, let's check real quick. They are off. Body gears armed. Anti-skids guarded.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right, and seatbelts are on. Okay, radio switches, transponders in standby. Stall warning, Mach checked. Okay, takeoff warning just done. GPWS should be good, and we are ready. Next list. Battery, aux, engine, that's all good. Fuel panel check. Pressurization good. Hang on, I'll show you here in a minute. Bleeds are good. EPR, yeah, let's go to go around. Okay, and circuit breakers, lights, air conditioning controls, checked. Okay, there's your second check to make sure that switch. Oh, there's another one, don't worry. Passenger oxygen, I just can't remember where it was. I think here we go. Pressurization mode selector auto. This one actually spells it out. Okay, so bleeds are on, hydraulic quantity check, EPR set, air conditioning controls, equipment cooling, good, 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 good. We are just about ready. So after starts where I'm going to hold us at, and we're going to get the electric pump running. Okay, we are ready to go. Crew, let's go ahead. When you're ready, close those doors. Yeah, I didn't expect both to work here, but they do. All right, let's call better pushback. And first off, let's make sure we don't need to get a clearance from Clarence.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay, we'll get the flight directors on.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our captain and the entire crew, I wish you welcome on board. Please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
that is accomplished on your radio panels. You can turn the volumes. Like right now, if you were to just fire up Felis Go, you'd find COM2 you're not able to receive, but if you turn the volume up, you can. Which, by the way, VATSIM likes it when you do that because they like to yell at you, hey, why aren't you on my frequency? Okay, they're not that abrupt. Maybe some. Pretty close. But no, they're not that bad. They're,
So
for
connected
the
and
most part, pretty
bypassed
good.
and inserted. Release parking brake.
All right, before we go, let's pull the chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Shocks removed.
We are cleared for push. Taipei traffic, Clipper 801 heavy pushing back Delta 4 for 5 left.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
All right, as you can tell, we are pushing back. Two things I want. Oh, sorry, folks. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Turn our pumps on. And our packs off.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Starting engine 3.
Start of valve open.
Inflate your life vest by pulling the red tag. More air can be added by blowing into the tube, using the whistle and lights to attract attention. All electronic devices must be set in airplane
20% and 2.
until further notice.
Fuel on. Light up.
Please let me remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Also, the use of electronic cigarettes, tampering with smoke detectors located in the left reach is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety procedures in the Safety on Board card, located in the seat pocket.
Starter off.
We advise you to read the card before takeoff.
Just waiting for it to stabilize.
Please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members.
Engine stabilized.
Okay.
Starting engine 4.
Start of valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
All right.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. 20% and 2. Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Fuel on. Light up. Parking brake set.
Disconnecting
20%
tow.
and
Stand
2.
by.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Engine stabilized.
Somehow our flight engineers panel went into alignment, so we're going to have to sit for about 10 minutes
Noise
and
disconnected.
see
Unbike
how
gas
this
bin has been
goes.
removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
All right, well, we'll just kind of slow roll it from here. I think it's because I accidentally clicked it to ATT. All right, we're good on that. Let's work our way through the checklists.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps.
Damn. After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. This. Check. Pack valves. Let's see. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Let's see. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
All right, next page. Well, that will include, we got to do this first, so let's just do that while we're sitting. Okay, we got a 12,000 foot runway. Airport's what, 200 feet at the most, 100 feet, okay. 050, it's dry, and currently the temperature 20, oh no. Pressure 3012. Okay, we're going to need about 6,500 feet of runway, so about half of it to get airborne. V1's 131, 139, 153. Okay, let's come up. Speed bug's moved.
Flaps 20.
Okay. Probe heats, let's get those on. Again, we're just kind of taking our time. Flight controls, we'll get those. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied with those. Yaw dampers, fuel heat total, half cargo heat's good, and I think we'll go ahead and run it.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Hold on.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Got about 3 minutes. Sorry for that, folks. Okay, let's go ahead and get, well, all right, it's 54. And we have a VOR we're flying, tracking, no. Okay. Just getting things readied here as much as we can. Pressurization auto. Let's double check. Mode select auto. Numbers look good. We're ready to taxi as soon as that number reaches in about a minute and a half. Actually, about a minute. All right, Taipei traffic, Clipper 801, taxiing to 5 left. All right, we're about 30 seconds away from getting the plane underway. Let's do it.
Parking brake released.
Cabin ready.
Now, looking at Google Earth before the flight, this whole green area is now terminal. Kind of see it coming here. So now, whether that's true or not in the real world, I don't know, but it sure looked it on Google. All right, we're going to be ready to go. So, all right, icing considerations, Clabin alert, get the transponder TARA. Ignition, flight start, and we'll hold the body gear.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Hold on.
And Taipei traffic, Clipper 801 heavy departing 5 left, Charlie 1 Alpha departure.
Disarm.
Dive.
Wait.
Dive. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Here we go.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
knots. V1, rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Gear up. Flaps 1. Flaps up.
All right. Little shaky takeoff there. I should have probably had those all ready to go, so all I had to do is put her in INS and go. Okay, note to self later. We'll learn that. We'll get this plane. We're going to start one of these days. We're just going to do a lot of flights in it. And just enjoy the Queen of the Skies.
10,000.
All right, let's gear up. Okay, and over here to performance. Okay, so now we can accelerate to 306. And she didn't turn. Why? Oh boy. We're on. Not sure why we didn't make that turn. Actually, I might go somewhere. Boy, I am messing up big time. Okay, this isn't working, so hang on, we're going direct to a different fix. About CHALY. Okay, not really sure what all I did wrong, and I know it was something. And I have a feeling it could very well be that update. So we're going to have to stay up on this until we're convinced we're on track. All right, well, welcome aboard where you never know what will happen next. Hey, glad to have you here. Ma'am Joe, Major Mo, sorry about that. Saw you come in, but yeah, a little at the point where I was concentrating too much. Hey, welcome aboard. Thanks for the dive. We sure appreciate it. Pretty tough to dive when you're already on the deck. That or just get out of the plane, call it a day. So welcome in. Thank you so much. Hope you all enjoy the flight over to Bangkok. And we are headed to... I was hoping I could get away without one saying it, but it didn't. We are headed to, hang on, Mueang International Airport, Bangkok, the original, if you will. So, on we go. Let's see how we're doing on course. Looks pretty good right now. It's what we said to Novice, and then we kept going. Yeah. So, we'll see how it works here and see if we get on track. So again, hope your Friday's going well, and hope you have a wonderful weekend. I work tomorrow, but off Sunday, Monday. And by the way, if you're in the St. Louis area, I sure hope you're getting out and enjoying this, because this is fabulous, simply marvelous weather outside. Mid-70s for November, heck yes. So, all right, let me get, well, we got a couple more minutes here. Let me get some screens into position. That, of course, I meant to do earlier. All right, we should be pretty close to what do we have? Chalet. C-H-A-L-I. Should be a turn coming. And the indicator is in. All right, it's not much of a change, so we'll kind of have to wait a little bit, kind of read it out here. All right. I think our navigational woes are in check right now. I think. And we're climbing out through 28,000. We're at 0.79 Mach. Let me just make another check. Okay, pressurization systems are good. You know what? Let's just run the checklist. Even though we're way past the next one. Because you know what? I know we left some things on.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seat belts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Sometimes I wonder, I hit the wrong key on the key, and I had to figure out what did I do. All right, we're at 8.2. 8.5, we're going to put it into mock hold. And right now it's the pitch of the aircraft controlling the rate of climb. Trying to maintain where our speed bug is here at 306. Then we're going to switch it to maintain the Mach number that we're going to set here. Then eventually we'll have it just hold speed with throttle by the Mach number. But again, welcome aboard service for Flight 801 here with Clipper, PanAm, from Taipei to Bangkok. Glad to have y'all aboard. Okay, we're at 8.4. And now it's just little adjustments that the aircraft does to maintain 0.85 on the Mach. All right, welcome in. Glad to have you aboard. You can kind of see where we are. We're the, hang on a second. Let me find the right window here. There we go. So we're this guy right here. You can see we may or may not see some weather along the route, but looks like everything is as expected over here, calming down as it is the middle of the night over here. So, all right, we're on our way. Estimating about 2 hours and 45 minutes to Bangkok. Hope y'all enjoy the flight. And all right, so yesterday I started to ask the question, and I wonder if I should have. What are your thoughts on what caused the disaster in Louisville? I asked that question, knowing full-heartedly what we say means nothing. Unless, of course, you're hiding behind anonymity that you're NTSB and giving us a scoop and we don't realize it. No, just kidding. But seriously, we all know the basics. But there's more to this crash than what meets the eye. I said it the day or two after, it's the NTSB that makes the final call, not us. This isn't a democracy when it comes to investigating an accident. It's what they come up with. They got a lot of questions right now. Why did the engine separate? That's a pretty good one. 2, why couldn't it still climb? It reminded me, and I said this every time I talk about this crash, very much like Concorde in Paris. If you're not familiar with it, there are a lot of accident recreations out there of it, investigative documentaries, just fascinating. What, not only figuring out what happened with this crash, but they then answered other instances, why not there? So there was a lot that went into this. And if you've ever seen images of the Concorde disaster in Paris, know this, Le Bourget, and you folks that live in France, please correct me if I'm wrong, it's like 10 miles away. I don't know what that equivalates out, 10, 15 kilometers away from Paris. I mean, it's close. They couldn't get the aircraft there. And fortunately, it hit a hotel. That's why it's a disaster. Louisville, it's not much different. The aircraft just could not climb. That means more than just that engine was the issue. And that's what the NTSB will try to figure. They won't try. They will figure it out. We just may not like the length of time. And that's what I've been waiting to see, the aircraft responding. Did it respond correctly? Yes. That's a huge why. Now, could we have had a fuel, like in Concorde, a fuel burst, erupt in flames, and be melting the wing off? Well, that's what happened to Concorde. That's pretty much why it couldn't fly. Possibly. So, but anyway, what say you? What are on your minds as to what could have brought that aircraft down? Or let's not to be
Level off.
to make light of it, to even get in the air. I can't even I don't ever hope, I really hope they never release the cockpit voice recorder. I can't imagine what was going on in that cockpit. I don't even want to imagine. That is just, oh. I really just don't want to hear it. That's when you, right there, of that comment, think about that. What was it like in the cockpit? I'm pretty sure. What the hell was that? Oh, I'm sorry. Me and the dog just got the crap scared out of us. A picture fell. It's the ghost of Flying with Mike. See, they're even here telling you, don't want to talk about it. You're right, I don't. I cannot imagine the horror in that cockpit. You know you got an engine fire. Why can't I fly? What else is wrong? Hang on. All right, get this thing set up to fly. All right, you want to know why it didn't hit the altitude? That's because somebody didn't hit altitude select. Yep, I forgot to move. Man, there's a lot of things I forgot to do on this plane. Move the switch down to altitude select. I don't know what I did navigationally. I did something to really screw it up. So my apologies to you all. I usually fly this plane a lot better than I am today, but just not on my game, it seems like today. Okay, that's off like it should be now. But yeah, always make sure, here, let me get a better view, that your altitude hold. I did not select that. That's why we blew through 38,000. Granted, only by 200 or 300 feet, compliments of the altitude alert alarm. But yeah, it's one of those tests we do during pre-flight, or it should do. I know some of you hurry up fly. I get it. Hey, I get it 100%. All right, so we are on our way. But yeah, that MD-11, if somebody gets and puts that out on the internet, they are some sick people. That should never get put out. And I hope they keep the courtrooms and all of that so airtight that it can't get out, because that will be some horrific, chilling. Oh, not even in training should we hear that. You know, pilots going through training in any airframe, they don't need to hear that. It does them no good. So anyway, what say you? And we got 2.5 hours for you to come up with any responses if you dare. And I am not going to judge. I mean, the NTP will be that final. They will be the final answer. Boy, whew. Hard to believe we'd see another Concorde similar disaster within 20, 25 years. And I'll even throw this out there, and I'm not going to give I don't know, well, actually I can, and I don't care if you use the internet or not. All right, that was the All right. Prior to this, when was the last tri-engine jet aircraft to lose an engine? Bet you didn't know it's happened before. I'll throw that out there too. And unfortunately, yes, I was alive. I was not in the fire service when that one happened. I was pretty close, but I won't. Let me look at the answer again. Yeah, I was pretty close. That's only a couple of years away. But, yeah. So, anyway, let's get back on some great topics. Hey, it's the month of Thanksgiving. Oh, great meals coming. We've got a trip back to see my folks and partake in a great meal for Thanksgiving. And then Christmas. So let's keep, we'll lighten the mood a little. That disaster in Louisville. Wow. Same with I'll even say this, even the disaster that happened in March or April, with the tornado ripping through North St. Louis. Oh, what a tragedy there. So there's a lot of tragedy out there, let alone the hurricanes, the flooding, the deadly flooding that occurred this year. But we still have a lot to be thankful for. And then you're going, you're really cynical. No, I'm not. You really do have a lot to be thankful for. The fact, one, that you survived it. Two, that you just got so much to be thankful for, of what God has provided for you. So, and I know we just went through a government shutdown of the longest in history. But coming out of it on the other side, you made it. God provided for you. Found a way for you to make it through this issue. Man-made. It's not heavenly made. It's man-made. And some could go further. That we're going to stay away from, even though I'd love to. In past years, I might go there, but I'm not today. But we have a lot to be thankful for. Our friends, our families, I know some are hurting bad because they have lost family this year from major disasters, or any, loss is a major thing to people. So, be thankful for the years you had with them. Be thankful for all they gave you that you can now pay it forward. Yes, it hurts. But it's not the end per se. It could be a beginning where you pick up where they left off. So it's a great thankful month. Just be thankful, folks. And like I said, through the tears, you can still be thankful. Through the pain, the sorrows, and all, you can look back, be thankful. If you need to forgive someone, forgive them while you can do it face to face. Afterwards, you can still forgive them, but it's a little different. So, be thankful. That's the month we're in, November. Be thankful when you have plenty. Be thankful when you have nothing. That comes from a big writer of the New Testament, Paul. He was grateful with abundance, grateful with nothing. And that's kind of what we're kind of called to have, that kind of attitude. My personal life, when I was without jobs. I could not find one. Part of it was I just didn't know what I could, or what's the word I'm qualified to do. And when you get to be my age, that's really, a big issue. What can I still offer? I know what it's like to be with plenty and without. And I am so grateful that the good Lord brought us through, kept us going. And I know many of you out there, from the Boeing strikes to the government shutdowns and everything that came to the government workers, God still found a way for you, if you took that way, to get through it as best you can. And so we'll see going forward what's ahead of us. So let's continue on. And I've actually found some more non-copywritten music. Some of them are my favorite, some of my favorite ones. Others, I'm hoping, don't get flagged. They could. They're first-time runs. There's a couple of them that I really like that I'm really scared may get flagged. So enjoy, folks. We'll also still mix in some of the oldies but goodies you hear from Flying with Mike. But we're very grateful to have you aboard. Thankful, in fact. And hope you enjoy the flight to Bangkok. It is 2 hours, 30 minutes away.
turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. However, we recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened while in your seat. In a few moments, the cabin crew will be passing through the cabin with hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Sit back and relax and enjoy the flight.
Okay, folks, we are continuing on and looking at about 2 hours and 15 or so minutes into Bangkok. I hope y'all have enjoyed and are enjoying this flight and should be there, like I said, here shortly. Interesting why something's not clearing from my phone. I guess I'm gonna have to address it with some law enforcement. Stand by. Okay, we got that one on the list. Okay, so we continue on. Like I said, sorry for that, folks. So we should be in Bangkok in about, like I said, about 2 hours, 15 minutes. We've reached our cruise. Let's check our fuel systems and make sure we're still good. Looking that way, pressurization looks good. And we're on our way. Let's look up top here real quick. All right, so we're on our way. Let's see what's around us. All right. Pretty much if it's within 160 miles of us, we'd be able to pick it up and be able to update. The key when you are in the mode of flying it realistically would be just that. Ooh. There we go. Would be to be keeping it as up to date as possible. It all depends on strengths and distances in and out of the VORs to stay updated. Currently, we're just set up default. I'm not sure how that got turned on, but that's fine for now. It makes it a lot easier across the ocean because we'll be right where we need to be. No drifting of the inertial systems. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing great.
I turned off that annoying sound effect shit. Well, I used to, I don't know if it doesn't work anymore or what, but I know it has that annoying interest.
Okay, well, I keep it muted until we get past the first 15 to 30 seconds.
Oh, I get it.
So that way it doesn't get out anyway.
That's true.
So how is the world of Duluth? I won't say our temperature then. I would have said it in Celsius, but that would be a lie too.
Rub it in. Go ahead.
70 degrees.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we got it for a couple of days. I forget when the temperatures start nosediving again, but we'll take the little warm up. It's called fall.
Yeah.
You know, we're in the battle of summer wanting to stay on and winter saying no, no, no.
Yep.
And some have already seen winter's fury already.
Yes, they have.
Hopefully not down here. Going from Taipei to Bangkok. I really don't know if these people would know what to do with snow.
You know, it's strange. I've heard of people coming from Thailand, Bangkok, and all that, just to see snow, and they're just flabbergasted. Like, wow, what is this stuff?
Yep. Oh yeah, you come from places that's never seen it.
Oh yeah.
And then like I even tell the story, we had an exchange student, and I told him, now when the temperature is told to you here that it's 0 degrees, it's not equivalent to 32 degrees. It's actually 0 degrees outside. It's bone chilling cold.
Yeah.
Deer in the headlight look. Oh my God. And we hit it, it went below, I think. And oh yeah, that was just, oh my gosh. And I would have figured where they came from, they'd have known. But, you know, it just shows you just what looks on a map may just be wrong. But I'm pretty sure they've seen cold. I don't know what 0 in Celsius equates out. Other than cold.
I think it's the same.
No, it's where it becomes the same, because I looked it up once, like minus, I want to say 20, but it might be 40 degrees where they come together. I looked it up once and wow, it was cold. Let's just put it that way. Only places like Alaska and upper Europe would see it, Russia and so forth. Even the North Pole, well, the North Pole would say that's a heat wave.
Yeah.
So let's ask Mr. Google. Minus 40. Minus 40 Celsius equals minus 40 Fahrenheit. And to answer our question, when it's 0 degrees Fahrenheit here, it is actually minus 18 on the Celsius gauge. Again, remember, 32 degrees, our freezing point in Fahrenheit is 0 in Celsius. So you got to go another 18 degrees in Celsius to match us at our 0 in the negative. Ugh. Okay, I don't think I like this song. So, but yeah, as you can tell, folks, we do have some new, not copyrighted material, or so we hope. The truth in the pudding will come when we finish it up and see if we've had any strikes. And not the kind when you're bowling. All right, let's get that up there, and we are at an hour. Oh, we're under 2 hours to Bangkok. So when are the 727s coming to TWA?
I don't know. I haven't talked to. I already saw they're coming. I don't know when they're coming though.
Cool.
I saw Basement hasn't really talked to me about it.
I don't hear much from him at all.
Yeah, he's a busy guy. So I'm not gonna.
Yep. I wish they'd come to PanAm, but well, they could if he changes his, if he does what he said. So
Yeah, what's he gonna do?
thought about giving us either another schedule or changing from 85 to a different year. We'll see. 85 doesn't have a lot of 7.2s in it worldwide, even though they flew worldwide. I've got pictures of them in 85 and 86, not just, you know, not even a handful. I mean, if you look at the schedule, it's only 1 or 2 planes in Europe. Oh no, there's quite a few. So, but I don't know. Truth or fiction, you never know in a picture. Oh, I know something I wanted to do offline that I keep forgetting to do. I'll do it right now. And I hit the wrong thing. Tug on it. All right, well, we're just south of Hong Kong by about 150 miles. So enjoy the flight. It is still about an hour and 55 minutes out, but you know, hey, here we go. We're getting into where that weather is. So we'll kind of check our radar here from time to time, as well as the most realistic radar, that outside the window. Matter of fact, we'll just check it now. What are we set at? I truly do not think we have anything gonna show on us. But we'll find out here as we get closer and closer. No, actually, we're a little further off than I thought. Okay, so we may catch it at Aquila. However, traffic-wise, I don't see any. In this region, much of it has headed to bed, unless they're from Europe or the U.S. Or Australia. Even Australia would be to bed by now, or just about start to wake up. So, but yeah, we got a little ways to go to that preset. What are we talking about? VATSIM radar. Where the green and where that big blob is south of, is that Maku? Anyway, that's what we're thinking we might see on the radar. We'll see. Still got a few miles to go. And no, that blob in front of us is not a Concorde, although it looks like one painted on a radar. So we will just continue our way, mosey on westward toward Bangkok. Thought I turned that off. There we go. All right, I'll be right back, folks. Need to stretch my legs and use the restroom. All right, folks, I'm back with you. Wow. Had to do a couple laps around the house. Lo and behold, the temperature was 77 in the house. The air conditioner is actually running in November. No wonder my computer's up there. Well, the room temperature in here is up there. All right. So I hope you have great plans for this weekend. If you care to share, you can always whisper in my ear. Those that know where that comment comes from. So, love to hear what kind of weekend you have ahead of you, especially now that Christmas is really getting close, a few weeks out now. Thanksgiving, many are going to be collecting food for that big feast in a couple of weeks, and 2 weeks to be exact. Actually, a week and a half to be exact. No, wait. Yeah, a week and a half. Got one more week to gather it, and then the fun begins, the cooking. Oh, man, I can hear some really ers out there. But yeah, Thanksgiving is on the horizon. And one reiteration from most of the streams this week and last, there will be no streams the week of Thanksgiving. I will not be at the microphone. The planes will be grounded, and so we, my family, and can enjoy Thanksgiving. And I hope you all can too. Hopefully, those of you with the U.S. government workers, hopefully you all are finding your way back to the desks, or not going, well, I think we might take another family day, and then we'll start back on Monday. Hopefully you're back to work. But it's good to see that, and that the Boeing workers, at least here in St. Louis, if not nationwide, are back to work as well. That's a good sign. They've been out for a very long time. I forget what the last number was. We have a Boeing facility right up the street from us. I forget what their sign said for the number of days on strike, so. Long before the government shut down, a matter of fact, I think before the election, if I got it right. I could be wrong on that one. Anyway, it's been a while, and so I'm glad to see everybody in the big scope going. And then I hear Starbucks is trying to strike, but not many of their workers are actually in a union. So, but I hope you get what you want, and hopefully not the worst, especially this time of the year. All right, let's see. We should begin to see that weather, if indeed there is something to be seen. Hang on a second. Nothing on radar. just a whole lot of clouds. We're about the halfway point in this flight, maybe a little shy of it, but welcome aboard. If you're new to the Flying with Mike stream, hey, welcome aboard. Love for you to smash that follow button, and if you so choose to want to be notified by email when we go live next time, go ahead and uncheck the bell. If you're catching this for the first time on YouTube, which is in essence, rebroadcast of it, but we basically stream live on Twitch, post on YouTube. So if you are watching this on YouTube for the first time, hit that subscribe button. Love to have subscribers. We are diligently working to 1,000 subscribers. We haven't done any shorts yet for this video. Just really not. I may have to go back in time to find them. So, but yeah, it's been a little challenge on this one. Trying to get it, some pretty good content down for you on the shorts. So. Thank you so much for watching, for being a part there. If you like what you see in those shorts, hey, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. That helps us out more than you can imagine. So, thank you ahead of time. Yes, we are pushing hard for 1,000. Would love to see it by the end of the year, but the realist in me says, yeah, well, that probably won't happen. I would love to see it, and then begin the contemplations of monetizing the channel. But yeah, if you like what you're seeing on YouTube, please make sure to hit that thumbs up. Questions, comments, fire away. Good, bad, we'll take them. Believe me, we can take them. But thank you again. And last announcement, if you are one that likes PanAm. If you like, I know this is going to sound interesting, TWN. But the two don't get along. If you go back in history again, folks, you'll see that it was pretty ugly between the two. But anyway, the airline I'm flying for today, PanAm Virtual, has both. And I am putting it out there for you all here on Twitch. But if you like PanAm, you want to be in a PanAm-oriented airline, we have a couple of schedules for PanAm up there, one from the 60s, one from an aforementioned 85 schedule. There's talk we may get another PanAm schedule with some other changes to the operation here, but currently those two schedules, the 60s alcoholic schedule has the 707. I want to say DC-6, don't hold me to that, but it would be the one with them. The 85 has the 747 and 727s currently. We have not uploaded the A300s to the schedule. TWA, on the other hand, is a more modern rendition of what TWA could look like today. Even though the schedule is back in the 80s. They have the MD-80s, they have the 75, 76, I think they have 75s, and 767s. And for the 747, they're flying 400s, possibly Dash 8, which we all know, and 737s, which we all know. They didn't go that far, and they were not in service for a very long time with American by the year 2000. So we'd love to have you. We got great software, great website, vamsys.io/register/Papa Alpha Alpha. Love to have you aboard. Love for you to join us. One caveat, if you're into digital combat simulations, DCS, there is a side to that, not through the website, through our CEO. They have a flying group there that you would be able to join talking with him. I know nothing about it. So I left DCS a long time ago, just very frustrated with it. I don't want to go through this again. So leave it at that. So, got a lot to think about here. Plus charters to help support both sides of the house, DCS and the mainline community. So we got a lot to offer. Love to have you aboard. So check us out. Like maybe some shower activity ahead. It's kind of man over that way. All right, so looking at the radar, I'm getting nothing at the moment. Let me go long range. Yeah, we're getting nothing at the moment. So, and we'll kind of keep it there. And we'll just keep rolling along. Hard to believe. Middle of November. And we're running the air conditioner. This isn't Florida. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting close. Oh, there was a little cell behind us now starting to pop. All right, we'll kind of keep our eye out here and see how this all goes. But enjoy the flight. We are closing in hour and 30 minutes to Bangkok. Let's see what looks ahead. A lot of airports you could all get going out of, especially Vietnam, Hong Kong. Granted, you'd be a little ways behind, but and ahead of us, coming in from west of Bangkok, you could meet up there, and we. So, hey, if you're into it, give it a try, folks. It's not bad here on VATSIM. Actually, right now, there's no controllers. So. But we'll see. Time will tell when we turn into Bangkok. We still got to fly over Vietnam. All right, we continue, folks. We'll get you a count here in a minute. I'm just working on something here that will take just a couple more seconds to figure out. There we go. No, wasn't asking you anything. That's right, man. Where were you? Where were you on the night of the 10th? All right. Again, let me reiterate the start of this flight from takeoff into the finally getting on course and all of that really was rocky. I still don't know why the INS wasn't connecting like it should have. That part is still oblivious to me. But the big one that happened, we blew through our 38,000 foot, and that is because right here, we were not with the switch down green light. Now we'll put it in altitude hold. Should have done that back there, but we didn't. Why you do this for is if, let's just say ATC or, we get to our top of descent, we can dial it in and that'll, be ready for it. So when we hit it, we can then drop to altitude select, go to VS, set it. VS being vertical speed. And yeah, I blew that totally. I wish I knew what I did wrong. I don't. And I really, somewhere along the line, I really screwed up. But we're on track, we're on course. We only lost a few miles. And we didn't drift into Russian airspace to get shot down. So, hey, we did a good job. Or in this case, Chinese. But yeah. We also had a little bit of an additional alignment occurred. Hopefully that had nothing to do with it, where I was getting the start valve opened and somehow got us into AT ref. And yeah. Oh yeah, we've had fun. So, hey, welcome to flying. It's never always going to go the way you want. And we've seen it. So, but yeah, we're continuing on. We're, let's see, about an hour and 20 minutes out. Well, hopefully it'll work and I won't have to reset it. Get my prediction in early. And, well, we have flown through the bad weather. Sure didn't seem bad to me, nor did it look it outside the window too much. But back in there is where it was. According to VATSIM, or radar, and elevation. Oh, and Sim Toolkit. Let me throw them in. Let me throw them under the bus, too. But anyway, we're on our way. And you know what? Let's see if I can throw another one under the bus. Now, technically, Navigraph showed it, too. But again, it was pretty good distance to the north, but we should have seen taller clouds. But again, that's if it's really, almost like that right there, what you see on the screen over here. Kind of what we should have seen a little. It's just hard to say. You never know how flight sims and real world weather will show. And if you're expecting to be able to forecast your weather at your home by the flight sim, good luck. You'll be wrong more times than the weather guessers on TV. It looks like we're going to be cloudy all the way there. Let's get the weather for where we're going. That's right, the old Bangkok airport. So currently, as of 1900Z, it's variable to the wind. So really, pick a runway. We're coming into one left. Nothing significant is in the advisories. And we'll probably land in fog. No. No, we got a long way to go for fog to be an issue. And we still got a long way to go as well, so. Okay, I was just reading some posts out there and trying to contain my laughter at their comments. Not that they were funny, it's just clueless. Anyway, we're on our way. No, I'm not going to mention what stream that was. They're just clueless. All right. You know what? Now would be a good time at about an hour out to get the arrival brief going and then set up our navigation for it. What do you think? All right. For those curious about how this works with the LTN, again, let me go through it like we did in the beginning. LTN, you can and are allowed RNAV approaches. Why? You can put in the fixes. Now, what you can't put in are the names of a star or a SID and expect it to plot out. Unfortunately, no. Now, if you're smart enough and you set it up in SimBrief that way, it's a possibility it'll come out. Possibility. Not all the time, but you can try that on your own and see if it works. What we're gonna do here is bring in charts. Look at the arrival. Okay, so you can see where we are. Yeah, you see the rain. That's what we were mentioning. And we actually flew over a little sliver of it. None of it showed on the radar. Bummer. Who knows? I don't know what X-plane calls visible rain on radars and not. So it's very difficult sometimes to find. But that's okay. So we've got a little ways to go here, as you can see, to U-blood, where our star starts. Although I don't think it's called that. Okay, it just might be. No, it's not. What the heck is it called? Indu 3 Alpha Arrival. Now, let's do some checks here real quick. Okay. Up top here, it's a radar required. Okay, we don't have ATC on. Non-RNAV equipped aircraft shall inform ATC in order to get radar guidance. SIVA guys, that's you. And gals, sorry, didn't mean to. Pilot should plan for possible descent as depicted on the star. So we need to be below 16,000, but above 14,000 between NLU and BD 115. Okay, so that's our initial start to this descent. And if you're unable to comply, let ATC blah, 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 as the fine print continued. So, NDU 3 Alpha, there it is. RNAV for the runway we're intending. 21 left or right. We're going left. Real quick look at that. So we're planning to come in this runway. Most likely that'll make us exit at Sierra and taxi back to somewhere in here. Matter of fact, while I'm here, you go to the taxi page. There we go. Whoops. Here we go. So here's where we have to choose from. Kilo, India, Hotel, Alpha. Those are, you know what, let's go ahead, throw in down here. So there's where we're going to choose to go. Again, we're coming off Sierra, coming up Charlie. We'll choose which one we turn in, unless told otherwise. Okay, that takes care of that, but let's pin it just to be safe. All right. Now, let's go back to our flight. And before we get going too far into it, BD 111 looks like potentially our initial on the ILS or approach. Oh. Okay, we do have an ILS. Phew. At the top here, I saw RNAV and went, oh no. All right, Zulu. All right, well, first we're going to look at the chart. Do it real quick here. BD 111 coming. Yeah, that's where we're going. I don't even know if our Conan is our first one after it. Okay, and then we come in real quick on here. It's 110.3 for our ILS and 209. Cool, works for me. All right, and let's select. Hang on. Okay, we'll come back. Cancel real quick. Okay, our COA. Okay, so we can do it from our rope. Well, we'll just we'll make it work. How about we do that? Because what it's going to do, if you haven't noticed, is down below here, it's setting up our charts. So there's our ILS, okay? Now, let's get in here and plan this. So it is a little time consuming. All right, sorry, we're going to end the music for the moment. Go to waypoint. All right, now you notice how it ended with VTBD? We want to keep that. We'll get it set right yet. Oops. There we go. All right, now, can you see that enough? Okay, so we're just going to go from the star here. Hang on, I'm going to help us out. Help me out, too. So there's U blood, Indu, which will be, and we're in alpha, E-N, delta, uniform. Enter. Next up, BD 115, Bravo, Delta, numbers 115. Enter. Okay. Headed to the opera next. That is alpha. Okay, so O. Pay. A-R-A. Next up, do that. Why don't you just do that? D-U-D-A-T, enter and enter. BD 114. Bravo, Delta, numerics 11. Fall. Okay. Enter. 1424, 136. It's in Thailand. France. Okay. Enter. Next up is AROKA. A-R-O-K-A. Enter. And then BD 111. Correct. Let's check our ILS, our COA to BD 111. Oh, do you see that? It's because I didn't switch it. Enter. Let's look at page 2. And again, we're going to click enter because we are not in France. Next up, actually, technically that could be all, but we'll put Lugzo in just in case. LU G Sierra Oscar. Sierra Oscar. Enter. Enter. And that's it. Clear. We will be on the ILS at that point. Don't worry about CI 21 left. We're not going to be able to put that in. Or the DME. So we're programmed here now for the flight. We're still on course and looking good right now. Okay, so let's do this. Close. Find our little airplane out here by going this way. And we're over Vietnam, and there's rain that we came across on the coastline. Now, we need to take it from here and push it over to here again. Remember that process? No worries. Whoop, 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 whoop. No worries, he says, as he clicks the wrong file. All right, so let's copy the flight time plan over to the other CDUs. All right, so we need to click the, I believe it's the RMT button. This will be our master. RMT. This will be our slave. Okay, you're not going to see what I'm doing here, but that's fine. Slave. Okay. I'm going to go ahead now. Let me get rid of that. All right, so what we did is click remote, and then we made it the master. Same thing over here, clicking remote made it the slave. Now we're going to click enter. 44 waypoints, it's going to send them all over there again and transmit. So we'll give it the few seconds. Matter of fact, I am going to play it real safe. Go into heading. And we may have to skip Papra. Oh no, Tana, sorry, Tana. Papra's where we may have to go to. I'm thinking we are. I think it's at 44, so we're almost there. Crossfill's complete. And if we get down here far enough, you can see they're all there. A P enter. Okay. Legs. All right, we're set up the way I want. We're on our way. Oh, yeah, we're not done yet. Go back into INS. And there we'll make a slight correction to get back on course. And off we go. So we are now set up navigationally for it. Unfortunately, Cora, I do not know of any other than Mango. I just use the default. I know Big Sky has one for the A320. It was amazing in flight factor. Unfortunately, the airplane wasn't in XP12, but yeah, it was an amazing. But no, I have not heard of anything for the 767. Would love to have something for it other than Mango. Okay, so where are we here? Final stuff here that we need to go over that we really didn't. Okay, so Indu, let's go with 14,000. 38 minus 14 equals times 3. So at about 80 to 90 miles out of Endu, we'll set up our descent. I'll bring it in here in a minute. So we got a ways to go. We're probably looking at, well, it's going to be on our course. Hang on, we're going to probably, looking at either and these are just guesses. 51. So somewhere along this track here from Ramit, we're at 60, so we'll need about 30. So 30 miles out of KRT, we'll make sure we're descending to our altitude. And then, just so you can see it, again, we're going Endu. There's our restrictions below 9,000 at Dudat, below 5,000 at Akron, and BD 111 at or above, or at 2,600. They said 190 on the other chart, and we're getting on to the approach. So, all right. And again, once we're on the ground, our game plans come off around, what will be Sierra. Come across, taxi down Kilo. We'll pick one of these piers for where we go. I have no idea where we'd go. All right, let's zoom out a little bit. There you have what we have left to do. About 50 or so minutes out. Yeah, the default sounds in the 767, I know, horrible. What BSS came out for with the A320 was pretty good. And I've heard now they have something for the Tolus A320 as well. I think, I forget his name now, did a stream on it. So I have to go out and listen to it. All right, last but not least, let's head over to our EFB, select performance calculation, landing. Always click load sheet, always just instinctively do it, and I instinctively miss it almost every time. You actually seen it lucky here. Let's see. All right, if you all beg my pardon, we're going to wait a minute so everybody can catch up with us that might be in the ad break. Now, there is a way around that. You could subscribe to the channel. It's actually better than the other option with that Twitch offers because while it gives you a broad view, you know, commercial-free all streams, the content provider gets a very small portion of that. But if you subscribe to the stream, a larger portion of that comes to the normal portion comes to the content provider. So, and I'll say that again. All right, welcome back, those of you that were in the ad break. Hey, if you want to watch us commercial free, there are a couple of ways. There is one through Twitch, but the content provider gets a small portion of that versus if you subscribe directly to the channels, they get a much larger portion of the subscription fee, as you know they probably should. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. I'm not going to harp on it. It's your call. It's your money, your call. But just keep that in mind if you're wanting to support the content provider you are watching. Okay, so we are on the performance calculation page. Just so you know, we'll be at about 80 to 90 miles out of our, what was the fix? Hang on. Out of Bravo Delta 115 before we start down. We're putting in now the calculations. Always make sure to click load sheet. That way you get the greatest, best information. 11,400 feet. I can hear people going, why don't you round up? Because let's say I need all 20 feet of that runway. Granted, 17. I'm going to be off in the grass. Nine feet. So that we will, where are you? That will go to 0. We're coming into 1. And it's dry. Let me just get our METAR up here one more time. Temperature showing 21 for runway 21. Pressure, yes, it's in inches, and I know I can hear people, why don't you do it in millibars? Because I'm an American. We like it our way. No, just kidding. It's not Burger King. No. Okay. Okay, so we got the weather in, the runway in. We've hit that. Here's our weights. So we look to here, our results. Landing ref is 135, so we'll call it 145 to 150 on approach. We'll set the speed bugs. Reversers optional and spoilers auto. We will estimate about 7,000 feet of the runway. Oh wait, we're in flaps 30. Okay, I had to double check. I'm like, wow, we're really eating up some runway on landing. So yeah, so we'll try to nail the landing as best we can. I've already got my prediction in. Do you? Uh-oh, we're off course. Why? Where's Butra? don't know why we're having so much trouble today. Well, we'll see if that works out. Huh. Not really sure what's going on here. Anyway, we're going to start getting some VORs up and running. Maybe that's going to help us a little. Kurt is 13.7. Why are we having such a problem? Like I said, I have a feeling it may stem back to when I accidentally hit that switch. All right, I'm watching us. We're coming into Patra and then Potev. We should turn to Potev, so we'll see. Maybe that's what I need to start doing. Just go direct. Don't play don't play that game that I was doing. So, anyway, we're on our way. And for those just tuning in, here's the weather conditions we're coming into. Looking for a turn here. We did not turn. Why? We're on autopilot. What am I not doing right? Let's try with that. Maybe I'm overdoing this. This has been the most difficult flight I've had with the LTN. And I mean, even the first flight, while rough, wasn't this bad. We've been having lots of troubles here with it. All right, let's see here. 112.7. Me up here. Okay, and coming off UBL, we're looking at 266. Okay. Hopefully that works. Wow, it's just been a struggle. May force me back to the FMC. Actually, pretty much we get to the VOR, Kurt will begin thinking about a descent. "10 miles out from the next turn. Zabo is where we should be headed." And I think I see where my issue may lie. Manual. But I don't remember. And we're turning. Okay, well, that's what it was. Welcome to flying, folks. Now, one thing of note here, as we're approaching Kurt, we got about 100, I forget, why did we lose Kurt? Interesting. Anyway, as we approach the next VOR, there is some thunderstorms north and west of the airport there. We'll see if we see them on the radar here. We're going to scoot it out a little bit. They're out there. It should be visible. Again, may I stress, and I know why we may not be seeing much. Remember, I'm flying 15 hours earlier than real world weather. But in my opinion, real world weather should show real world conditions, hopefully. And we don't get Kurt yet, so I don't think we're gonna see anything. All right, but we are in the final home stretch here. We're about 30-ish minutes out. So if you haven't put a prediction in yet, now's a really good time. We'll be getting ready for descent here. Oh, I don't know if it's showing up yet. We're 130 miles out. We will probably be doing it about 10, 20 miles out. KRT, which is now 137 miles out. I hope you've enjoyed this flight from Taipei, flying a PanAm Clipper and no call sign. Clipper 801 Heavy. Somehow we got clear skies, which is cool. Looks like we lost the weather a little bit here. Could be a lack of weather stations, a whole number of things. Wow, it's taking a lot to save it too. There it goes. Wow, that took a lot to save that clip. All right, so let's take a look here. 100 miles from Kurt, CRT or KRT. And hey, just to let you know, those of you on Twitch, in the chat window, you know that if you give a gift sub of 10 or more, or just you gift, someone else gives, or you sub and you sub, you know, there'll be unlocked 100 bonus bits. Didn't know if you knew that, but it's in the chat there. I just thought I'd throw it out to you. But yeah, we'd love, you know, we're not trying to push subs today, but we sure would love to have you subscribe to the channel. It does, like I said, provide you the ad-free convenience and some more emotes. So enjoy as we begin to set up for our arrival into Bangkok. We need the radar altimeter at, you know what, we'll set it at, is that 240? Actually, we can go there. All right. By the way, the minimums on this is 220 MSL, 213 above the ground feet. We also need 550 meters on the RVR, or on the visibility, sorry. All right, so we are proceeding. And like I said, if we start getting into where there's maybe weather reporting, I don't know why all of a sudden we don't have weather. We'll adjust. Very interesting. Oh, I got a cloud out there. So again, this could be part of that 15 hours deal. I didn't think I took us on it. I thought it took us off. So whatever real world was out there, we'd see, even though we're 15 hours behind on the clock. Yeah, we'll see. All right, we got a little ways to go. Like I said, 75 miles to KRT, which is KRT VOR. How about that? Pretty ingenious for wording it. Wouldn't you know? Winds are beginning to shift in Bangkok. Now we have a little bit of a tailwind. All right, let me, okay, so KRT. All right. So I hope you've all enjoyed. We had a great departure out of Taipei, but then we ran into the issue with the INS not tracking properly. And I don't know what I did wrong. Did different this flight than I did a week or two ago. So I did something different, and caused us to have some not staying on track sometimes. So, oh well, we'll try to do better on the return trip to whichever way we decide to go. Let's throw that in there, see how far out we are. 160 miles to Bangkok. I'm like, why aren't you lined up right? I forgot I set it to Bangkok. All right, and that was 117.7. Oh, no. 13.7. There we go. Get it right yet, folks, or at least try. So you can see a little bit more of the complexity of this aircraft. Boy, that's starting to become a pretty good storm north of the route there. Hopefully we'll start seeing some more of that cloudiness up into that general area. Not really seeing much. But anyway, the aircraft, you know, this is probably one of the best, to me, aircraft out there. Now, granted, you got to pay for this. It's not like Zibo. And folks, hands down, that is one of the best. Add to the fact that you don't, it's free. It's just a simple mod that you put into the folder and you're done. What a great aircraft that is. But this aircraft, yeah, you got to pay for it. But I'm here to tell you, it is one really well done aircraft. A fully working flight engineer panel. Just amazing. So check it out. Plus you have the option of flying it with Siva, sorry, LTN, and or just fly it with the default FMC. Now you fly with Siva, you're flying, you know, almost realistically between Siva and LTN, you're in that real world this plane was. If you opt to go with the FMS, yeah, the very latter years of it, and there may still be some flying out there besides Air Force One. You could find FMCs. So, all right, where are we at? All right, let's do it. All right, we're on altitude hold. Okay, so we're going to set 14,000. Now, if you notice, we're not doing anything. By design here, that's why it's on hold. Okay, also, what's our transition level? Either 11 or we'll go with 13 to be safe. All right, and when I think I'm ready, so we'll go click, click. Now we're in altitude select. We see it here in yellow. And then we'll go to VS and set our rate. Here we go down. One thing I like about this aircraft over the FlyJ Sim 727, aside from some other, beside the fact it's X-Plane 11 only, I like how you can tell what you're setting here. There you can't, and that can be challenging. You got to really, coordinate with the vertical speed indicator. But yeah, all right, so we'll kind of watch this going down. We get to about 290, 300. Let's go 300 for now. I'm gonna switch it into IAS up here. Now, where is up here? Okay, EPRL. That's actually this gauge right here. So you can actually access it from the menu. And you can access each of the CDUs. Okay, we're making the turn at Kurt. I have no idea what we're going to fly on a heading out of here. But currently, I am not seeing any weather at all. I think the weather server may have. No, I've got clouds up ahead. Huh. All right, I'm going to do it how they would. Like speed. And now the aircraft throttles are now working to hold the speed via throttle, but I'll use spoilers when needed. We got clouds, so I don't know why we've all of a sudden, unless at this hour of the night they don't really report. But then how is Navigraph getting stuff? The big question. All right, let's see how we're doing. We'll make the first one okay, because that's at or above. Well, no, it's at or below 16,000, and we have to slow it down to 280. So we'll see. as for flights today, folks, this will be the only one. So just to let you know, there will be no other flights after Sunday. While we have one planned, is kind of, we'll see how that works out. A lot of puzzle pieces in play. There may not be a Sunday flight. So, and then Mondays will go from there. So that's kind of where we sit right now as we finish up the last full week of streaming till we take a break for about a week or two and then come back at it. All right, we're coming into U-Blood. I'll be right back, folks. All right, folks, I'm back with you. This descent coming to Endu here shortly, and I think we'll make the altitude. Start slowing down. All right, Endu, yeah, we might be a little high, but we're in a good position for the arrival. Speed-wise, we're now on track. All right, let's get up here, set medium on the brakes.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
We'll set 245. All right, and are we gonna make? Let's go for 9,000. Actually, we may have to level off for a second.
1,000 to level off.
Okay, checklist time. Okay, I got a couple things over here to deal with. Okay, start dumping the pressure. Now we can continue on to 9th. Actually, take her on down to 5,000. Altitude select is on. And we'll go to VS. And let's go ahead, get our ILS frequency set. 110.3. And that'll be a heading of 209. And that was 17, I believe. There we go. All right. All that I'm using that one for is the DME. All right. And doodat is back up here. Okay. We'll start slowing again. So it's just a constant. We'll go ahead now and start pushing the fuel from the reserve tanks in. At this altitude, I'm going to go ahead and shut those off. And anything out of the go around. Okay, yeah, we'll set the go around.
Cabin ready.
10,000.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Auto brakes.
Low.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1013. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
All right, now we're gonna really
Flaps 1. Flaps 5.
All right, here we go, folks. We're starting the approach.
Thousand level off.
I mean, we got clouds here, but man, it's like the weather server kind of went out on us. Bangkok traffic, Clipper 801, inbound 21 left for VTBD. All right, here we go, folks. We're about to make the run on the airport. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the weather. Everything looks good here. We've trained. We're out. Okay. Haroka, and then BD 111 and the ILS.
Flaps 10.
All right, we're about to join the ILS. We'll take a look out there, but it is awful hazy.
Flaps 20. Localizer alive. Gear down.
10 miles out. Bangkok traffic. Clipper 801 on the localizer, 10 miles out for Bravo Delta Airport.
Gears down. Green light. Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
All right, it's our airport. We're slowing. Let's run the checks.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1012. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
Cleared to land. 2 left, 2-1 left. Let's get some power. Okay, I've got the plane fully.
One 1,000.
Will be landing shortly. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
500. Approaching minimums. Minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Check reverse. Auto brake off. Out, off, reverse.
All right, we've got a long run down the runway here.
60 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. Please remain seated until the captain has switched off the fasten seatbelt sign.
That's kind of the sucky thing about this runway is, yeah, well, even the other one, we'd have made the high speed, but still, it's just so much runway you got to use. So, welcome to Bangkok. Clipper 801 on the ground. Azul, welcome. Yes, it was a fun flight. Till we, I think, lost the weather server. I'm not certain what happened here. It might just be me being just me. But welcome in. Bangkok traffic off at Sierra to the ramp Clipper 801 at Bravo Delta.
Flaps up.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Damn. Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Wait. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Let's see. Off. APU. Wait.
All right, we're just gonna keep taxing until we get through all of these.
Check.
Well,
Checklist completed.
all right, we're ready for secure the cockpit. So we'll come off at the next one, take a parking spot, and say hello, Bangkok. Actually, Yeah, we'll take that one.
Parking brake set.
All right. Let's take a look over here after landing, securing the cockpit. All right, let's get up there first, turn off the probe heat.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
Okay, everything looks good up here. We're on APU, so let's get on that generator. Okay, let's terminate the flight, shut them down.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Shocks are on.
Cabin crew, doors may be opened.
Be careful when opening the luggage bins, as hand luggage may achieve
Ground power
very
connected.
high and could fall out. Please check the seat bucket for personal belongings. On behalf of the captain and the entire crew, we would like to
Ooh, both jetways are working here. What? Did they give us all airports with this? Pretty cool if they did. All right, let's call it what it was. Great flight. Let's take a look at some numbers here real quick. Submit. All right, let's take a look at this. Where are the PIREPs? "240 feet a minute, 1.2 Gs is what they're showing here. So that's pretty good landing, but I know we landed a little long, but I mean, overall, we did pretty good on that. So let's do some looking at our tracking clients. Elevatech first. 46 is the gate. All right, first things first, complete the flight. All right, so here it is. So you can see the little whoopsies when we didn't get Novus. And then another one, well, they were kind of slight. They may or may not, well, yeah, they show a little bit here. And then ultimately, here's our landing. All right. Wow. This is putting us 1,500 feet down, a little past 1,500 feet. About 10, 20 feet off the center line, 233 feet a minute at 144. That's a good landing, folks. We nailed what we wanted to nail. I'm pleased. We got to work on the rest of the flying part of it, but we did good. Here's where we're parked. Should show. Okay, it's not showing. But anyway, we're parked at, probably, I think it's right here. Or over here. Oh, there we are. Boy, talk about a little green spot. All right. So that's Elevatech. Now let's go to the official scorekeeper that we use here at Flying with Mike Sim Toolkit, which has an notorious honor of being harder on us than ACARS or the Elevatech and others. 354 feet a minute at 144. Again, I'm not going to balk at that. That was, to me, a pretty good landing. The approach a little bit, I had to kind of get her down again, but we'll see here. Okay, stat-wise, we flew, hang on, 3 hours, 30 minutes, 1,344 miles, 35,000 kilograms of fuel, 1.25 on the G's for landing. So, you know, the Queen's coffee didn't spill in her lap. And if she had coffee on the landing, how dare you? You're supposed to turn that in. Anyway, oh, did I say that out loud? 354 feet a minute at 44 knots. Let's look at the full report, though. This is what you don't get with the others. Now, you're getting better with, say, Elevatech, but, you know, it gives you the numbers here. We're 1,540 feet down the runway, 12 feet off the center line. That's really good. And overall, numbers are looking real good. So, and that's what I look at, these touchdown details. And then try to correct that just never seems to correct. All right, so that was a fun flight. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Sorry. Sorry about that. All right, let's get back outside the plane. Well, first off, you know what? I'm sure the people are tired of being cooped up in here. And we'll wait on the cargo doors. They're coming up. All right, let's go back to payload and let's deplane and unload. And there she is, Clipper 801, the belle of the sky. Folks, it's been a wonderful flight. I hope you all enjoyed it. It was long, yes, but not as long as some of the flights we've flown here. But we do have a return trip coming. Just haven't decided which one yet. So bear with us. Hang on a second. Okay. Trying to clear some things up here. All right, again, this is the last flight today. There won't be any more. Oh, I know what I did. Click. I said close. Okay, we'll do it the hard way. People weren't happy with how long it was taking. So they tried to go out the other way and figured, hey, there's no staircase to it. All right. Well, folks, we had a great time. I hope you enjoyed. And we'll be back in the sky, hopefully Sunday, with the Dallas Love Field to Midway. And Monday over in Europe to Cyprus. I hope to be able to fly those. So for now, you all take care. Be careful. You know, things are ramping up for the Thanksgiving season. Those of you that partake of Thanksgiving. And, you know, Christmas is getting here around the corner. And this should be a very joyful time and sometimes can be just downright mean. So be careful, be good, be kind. And you know what? We'll see you again, hopefully on Sunday. If everything aligns right, if it doesn't, we'll see you Monday. So for now, y'all have a great night. God bless. Thank you so much for flying with us. Thank you, Major Mo, for the sound effects early on in there. And hope y'all enjoy your night. God bless.